It is time for more fantasies in the final form or something. Okay. Really want to be caught up on this game. There's so many hours of content just plowing through it. Crazy. Mm. Bum bum bum. Guess I could launch my ping pong. Here are some pearls. You're welcome. Ah, shit. I forgot to call my doctor today. I don't know why I just remembered that right now, but oh well. You know what? I'm gonna queue up when I'm almost done so that hopefully it brings me back to this continent. Strategy. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Do this one. Bum. Ray to the shell. Here is some money. I'm afraid you've arrived early, Fluffy. There is still much to do before preparations are complete. Yet I cannot stop thinking about Tsukumo's capture. Why strike in Kugane rather than here in Tamamizu? There's little we could have done to stop them had they tried. Unless, what if this was not the work of the Red as a whole, but a plot by Hirumaki to satisfy his own greed? Defeating him would be the key to rescuing Tsukumo. The problem, however, is he is always so heavily guarded. Our plans and preparations will all be for nothing unless they can be drawn away. As ever, your aid is greatly appreciated. Nevertheless, we cannot deny their numbers. Sheer strength alone will not grant us victory. The other members of the Divine Circle intend to create a distraction to draw them away, but even then we are still outmatched. Sigh. How am I to sway my brothers to join us? Even the mere mention of the Isle of Zeki is enough to turn them away. With your actions. My actions? Ah, like the Castir of the Azum Steppe. That is what you believe? Then I suppose it is worth a try. Do you be willing to accompany me? Not to speak with everyone, of course, only until I've gained my nerve. Ah, Fluffy, your presence is greatly appreciated. Now then. Are you well, Kabuto? It's rather unlike you to call on anyone for help. I suppose next Makura will tell us the striped rays are drowning. Tsukumo has been taken by the red, and I mean to rescue him. So it is true. I had hoped it was only a rumor. But what are we to do? We are not fighters, Kabuto. We would be leading turtles to slaughter. I realize that, which is why I will not ask you to fight, but I do have a plan that requires your help. You are perhaps the greatest swimmer the Ruby Sea has ever known, and your knowledge of its currents is unmatched. That is why I would ask you to lead their soldiers on a chase, distract them, that I might do battle with their leader alone. Chase, you say? Should be simple enough to drag those sea slugs through the waves. Might even prove fun. Very well. Give me time to prepare, and you will have your diversion. Candid Kojin. He listened and agreed to help. No doubt your presence helped to convince him. But I cannot ask you to be present for everyone. Wait with the elder while I speak with the others. Yeah. Ping pong. Bum ba dum. Bum bum. Never realized talking could be so tiresome. Take it you have spoken with everyone then. Fear not, your cause is just, and from what Fluffy has told me, your plan is sound. You need only wait for the others to assemble. It would seem my words have fallen on deaf ears. Come, Fluffy. We must save Tsukumo on our own. You are too quick to judge your brothers, Kabuto. Take another look. Sorry to keep you waiting. I thought it prudent we have proper weapons should we be forced to confront the Red, so I made a short trip to visit the Castir. You traveled all the way to Reunion for weapons. Paid a visit to the forge in Kugane, and the young smith, Shihomi, I believe is her name, insisted she be brought here to prepare for Tsukumo's return. She seemed quite adamant about seeing to his repairs. Shihomi, I had nearly forgotten. I know not how to repay you. When a brother is in need, we help. It is as simple as that. Just so. In fact, you'll find more of our brothers are waiting for you outside. Everyone is prepared to do their part to see Tsukumo return safely. Which is why I scouted ahead. Lest we have any unwanted surprises, I overheard the soldiers on watch speaking of Hirukamaki. They say he's been gloating over his latest plunder, keeping it on display at the heir of the opulent. It has to be Tsukumo. Then I know where I must go. As I mentioned before, your task will be to circle about the island and draw the attention of as many soldiers as you can. While they're distracted, Fluffy and I will sneak onto the island through the dive. Today we shall prove the blue are not to be trifled with. To the Isle of Zeki. Bum, bum. bum. Why are you so glowy? You're here. Good. Everyone is in position. When we reach the heir of the opulent, I will see to Hirumaki while you retrieve Tsukumo. Are you ready? Bum, bum. What is he doing here? Brought treasures from the vault to aid you. Align yourselves with the kami. Never felt such power. This we should have all need to stop in any our way. Onward to the heir of opulent. Am I not getting the... Oh, I guess it's... So I'm shrunk down to 60. Partake. Boom, boom. What a sneaky sneak attack. Did you prepare something up here? There, it's Hirumaki, and he has Tsukumo. Soldiers are all taken to the water. Now is your chance. Thank you, all of you. I promise this opportunity will not be wasted. Polak can join the others. Fluffy will handle the rest. Understood. Good luck, and may the kami keep you safe. We have faith in you, Kabuto. So you've come after all, Shaugi. Why don't you entertain our guests? Come after all, Shaugi, why don't you? With pleasure. Come, Fluffy. He stands no chance against the both of us. Yeah. Okay, picking him did not work. That's annoying. Bum, bum, bum. Murdering all the turtles. You won't kill this one. Perfect one. Okay. Cannot defeat the red. Had enough of your meddling. I'll rip your heads from your shoulders and mount them on the walls of the vault. Very fluffy. See to Tsukumo. Prepare yourself. Is that the best you can do? Chop. This is your last chance. Join me or die along with the rest of the blue. Ugh. Get up. The others counting on you. My work is done. Follow your heart. I will always. Tsukumo. General Hirumaki has fallen. Retreat, retreat. Quickly, we must take him back to Tamimizu. Ba-dum. I apologize if I've worried you. I am fine. There is still no change in Tsukumo. He's remained lifeless since he last spoke on the Isle of Zeki. Shihome, can you repair him? I'm sorry, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him, physically. Could grant him movement, but only such as an ordinary Karakuri puppet might have. Tsukumo is no ordinary puppet. He is of the divine. Fluffy, you have dealt with matters of magic before, yes? Do you know of anything that might restore Tsukumo? But why? Have you forgotten Tsukumo's parting message? His parting message. Say that as if something. What's this? Did it fall from Tsukumo's altar? How could I have overlooked such a thing while examining him? There's a striking resemblance to materia. Of course, materia is essentially spiritual energy in crystallized form. It's likely used to make Tsukumo's core. Are you saying it was this materia that gave him life? Precisely, and I have an idea as to how we may still put it to use. Would you sit down for a moment? Perfect fit. Suits your helmet quite nicely. Thank you, Shome. I'll treasure it always. Tsukumo, you lent your voice when I could not find my own, your courage when I had only cowardice. Thanks to you, I now understand the strength that comes from the bonds I share with others. Before, I might have thrown this material away, but now... Now, I would honor Tsukumo's memory by protecting the vault and the allies that have helped us fill it. Where did these go so fast? Could be a turtle? No. Samurai. Not quite a turtle. Okay, so I haven't... I didn't unlock anything? What? Eh? Guess I have to get one more. And for whatever reason, it didn't refresh. Okay. Whatever. Anything sell? One song. Oops. Hey. Diadaptral sold. Ooh. Cool. $34. Okay. It's kind of a lot. But your feet smell like the fresh carrots. XD. Whoa. Slug. 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 Oh yeah, I wanted to read 54 increases potency of jump. 70 Blood of the Dragon to Life of the Dragon. Astrum. Jump is upgraded to high jump. True thrust, vorpal thrust, and disembowel. True thrust, vorpal thrust, disembowel. Okay, so my 3 lowest ones are better. 230. Okay. It's Draconian Fire. If Drake's Bane is executed following Fang and Claw. What the hell is... Upgrades True Thrust to Raiden Thrust. The flip is Raiden Thrust. Cool, cool. Oops. Q for that. Up-a-dum-bum. Oh, there you are, Fluffy. You have the latest reports on Mother's molting. Jolman, if you'd be so kind. The brood mother's skin has become dry and slightly rough. She'll be shedding her skin before long. Not worried, though. Even if Mother were to arrive now, I think the Castellum would pass muster. The guest rooms we made have proven quite popular. Yes, but you're forgetting one thing. What about that poor sod who's taken ill? Your mother might find his moaning and groaning a bit off-putting. I was just about to mention that. The Alamegan fellow, on his way home from Gridania, stayed overnight, but he's come down with something. We can't tell what's caused it, but he's in a terrible state. First, we thought the shortness of breath and flushed cheeks were just signs of fatigue. We normally give medicinal tea in cases like this, but that hasn't seemed to work. We'll have to try something else. Hark! At the sound of damsels in distress, fear not, your cries of despair will not go unanswered, for the future nun of the M tribe, Mzet Tia, has arrived. Whoa. Got all up in his business. What are you doing, Jolman? Is that any way to treat your would-be savior? Savior? You can save me the trouble of trouncing again by buggering off and never coming back. Ugh. Not quite the welcome I was expecting. Wait, is that you, Fluffy? Amazed you're not dead yet. Haha! Amazing people, it's my specialty. So, you're helping the gatekeepers too, eh? It's true what they say. Great minds think alike. You two have met before? So, that's how you know each other. No, our bond goes beyond that of mere acquaintances. Why, we're like brothers. If you're brothers, it's clear to see which one got all the brains. Is he always this stupid? Yes. Ahem. I think we can discuss my virtues some other time. Captain Alpa, am I to understand a man has been struck down with a fever of some kind? If so, I may have useful information to impart. Go on then. Tell us. This unfortunate soul is lovesick. I'm absolutely certain of it. Jolman, your violent outburst notwithstanding, I must admit you possess a rather charming demeanor. Perhaps your convalescent guest has fallen for your feminine wiles and cannot bring himself to part from you. My feminine wiles? I'm a soldier, hardly the sort that has secret admirers. Now, there's no need to be shy. If you ask me, you're the belle of the resistance. Mzet, what were you saying about our guest being lovesick? What kind of love makes you sick? The romantic kind, of course. A love that unites those destined to spend eternity together, waiting their true potential. There is nothing it cannot conquer. Don't take my word for it. I will demonstrate the power of love. Come to Pike Falls and bear witness to its splendor. Like, oh god. Remember these? That's right, they're grenades left behind by the Garleans. I want you to throw them at me like last time. Stop this nonsense. You'll get yourself killed. Killed? I think not. I have the power of love on my side. Watch closely, everyone, especially you, Jolman. These explosions will be like water off an F's back. Nearly died the last time I tried this, but you needn't worry. I've definitely removed enough of the powder. Yes, no doubt about it. Fluffy, I'm ready. Just keep flinging those grenades, even if I tell you to stop. Aye. Aka! Did I forget to take out some of the powder? I'm perfectly fine. Let's try that again, Fluffy. Yeah. Seems like quite a dangerous way to prove the power of love. Why don't you just write a poem or something? That one was a full-size explosion as well. Fluffy, stop for a moment. You gave me very specific instructions. Arg! No, I had so much to live for. He's not dead, is he? Cannot die here. Not today. Not like this. The M tribe needs me. Hooray, he's alive. It's all because of the power of love. The power of love really protect you from being blown to pieces. Perhaps your feelings for me are genuine after all. What? No, you've got it all wrong. One day I'll be Nun, and I'll have to serve the needs of every eligible woman in the tribe. I can't commit to just one girl. So that means the reason you survived has nothing to do with love. It must be something else. Well, even if you did have eyes for me, I'd poke them out with my spear. Ah, there you are, Appa. A certain matter has come to light, and... Who's this? A lonely Tia, doomed to a life of solitude. That's entirely inaccurate. There's no need to be ashamed. You're not alone. My attempts to woo members of the fairer sex always end in disaster. I'll never find a wife at this rate. Gods be good. A man can reach your age and still be a bachelor? In my line of work, I meet women from far and wide, but as soon as I try to talk to them, they run 'em all. The same thing happens to me, except in my case, I think they find my exuberant nature a tad overwhelming. Come, friend, let us share our woes. Why do I get the feeling this was a complete waste of time? We're not an ilm closer to helping our bedridden patron. Perhaps we should consult a proper surgeon. Now that you mention it, Mzet's injuries might need some attention too, although he seems rather well, considering. Forget about him, he'll be fine. He's got Gale's shoulder to cry on now. Let's go to the Reach and ask Aurelia. She'll know what to do. Would I be correct in guessing this isn't a social call? Can't say for sure, but it sounds like he's fallen victim to pleurisy. The medicine he needs is fairly simple to make, but unfortunately my supply of lightning cap mushrooms has been exhausted. I'll need you to gather some from East End. Once I've got my things together, I'll go straight to Velodina. Understood. Jolman, stay with Aurella and keep her safe. I'm lucky you arrived when you did. I know I'm not much of a fighter, but I didn't expect to be beaten by those strangely looking beasties. Still, I managed to get the lightning caps. Better get these to Orella right away. Oh. Oh. Ah, there you are. I've handed the mushrooms to Orella, who is brewing her concoction as we speak. All we can do now is wait. Who's taking Orella so long? I hope everything's alright. Have a little faith, Alpa. Here they come now. You'll be pleased to hear that the treatment was a success. How do you feel? That medicine worked wonders. One moment I'm at death's door, and the next I'm right as rain. Nothing can stop me finishing the last leg of my journey now. Just don't overexert yourself, do you hear? It's still too early to say you've fully recovered. If you get so much as a runny nose, be sure to come and see me. Orella, we appreciate you coming all the way here. Ishana will arrange an escort back to the Reach. Well, I'd say that came to a satisfactory conclusion. No thanks to you. But I could have sworn he showed signs of being lovesick. Gasp! How did you know? Know what? That I'm in love. I've never beheld such grace, such elegance, such unfathomable beauty. Surely she is an incarnation of Menfina herself. That's very flattering, but you're embarrassing me. My fever may be gone, but I yet yearn for your healing touch to ease my aching heart. Orella, my love, wait for me. Alright, I beg your pardon. Don't get downhearted. Plenty more sea in the fish and all that. If you ask me, this love thing all seems rather silly. As far as I can tell, it leads to a lot of unnecessary bother. Just a short span of time, we've had a guest fall ill. I've nearly been eaten by carnivorous plants, and Mzet has been blown up and beaten several times. I'd say it's high time this place had its own infirmary. We should get it ready before Mother returns. Hell's Lid. Two shorts. What are we fighting? All of them? My Tachi. Cool. So many greens. Even more loot. Oops. Old turtle. What? The turtles are just turtles? Is that man not one of the whatever normal turtles men's? Turtle, turtle, turtle. That's right. Turtle all along. I thought he was just like a fancy, like an old Koja. But probably that's not the case if he's just a turtle. And what the heck? Where are these guys coming from? Zodiac showed up? Kinda? And a pig and a weasel? Oh ho ho, a marvelous performance, truly marvelous. But then you did best the Lord of the Revel. By the kami, a talking turtle, says the talking turtle. I don't even know where to begin with that one. Trust you'll forgive me for my deception. 'Tis something of a far eastern tradition, the testing of strength and so forth. A bit rote, perhaps, but anyway, welcome to Raisen Temple. I am Genbu, guardian of this sacred place, and leader of our little collective. Genbu? The selfsame Genbu of the Tale of Tenzin? One of the four land or something? Under normal circumstances, I would assume you named for the legendary being, but clearly this is anything but normal. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would meet a talking turtle. Fair. Oh, but every one of us here can speak your tongue. Is it truly so surprising? After all, we each have lived more than 1,000 years. I knew turtles were long-lived, but I had no idea that was even possible. In this wondrous land of ours, it is said that a beast which lives 1,000 years attains a measure of divinity. This temple is a place where such auspices may gather. But take not my word for it. Speak with my comrades and learn their tales. We will talk of the endeavor after. May as well do what he says. Besides, who knows what valuable secrets some 1,000-year-old animals know or something. I don't know. Friend of mine, Tamamo Gozen, once called this place home, possessed of 9 tails. Her power far eclipsed my own. But one day she left to live amongst man. What became of her, I wonder? Judging from the way you and that woman are gawping, I'm guessing you're not from around here. Huh. Don't know how it is in your homeland, but here, if an animal manages to survive 100 years, it begins to get ideas, delusions of grandeur. Some small power, sure, but nothing much to speak of. Survive 10 times that, and you become a full-fledged auspice. Though, speech, magics, it's quite the change. Believe me, which is why we call it the change. What? I never said it was something clever. Anyway, point is, don't let our appearances fool you. I could kill you 5 times before you hit the ground, but I won't, on account of me being civil, for now. What are you? Are you a cat? What even are you? Hey, that hurt. You didn't have to give it everything you had in that fight. You know, I only just went through the change. It's not like I was gonna slow you down that much. What? Did the weasel show up in the fight? I didn't notice at all. Well, I suppose you didn't know it was all for show, and I was probably really intimidating. Oh, right, you were asking about the collective, weren't you? Let's see, Genbu's the oldest of us. Oldest in the Far East, too, I think. One of the 4 lords. So as you can imagine, he's much more powerful than regular old auspices like me. Ah, but you probably knew all that already. Oh. Not in the same fight, but in the same dungeon. That seems more reasonable. Now that you have a greater understanding of who we are, I should tell you of the rather thorny predicament we now face. The divinity of we auspices manifests in myriad ways. For example, I possess clairvoyance. And with my preternatural power, have I seen a vision of the Ruby Sea of Yansha? I have a really hard time reading their sentences in this game for some reason. This is no distant future, I fear, and if we are to avert it, we must needs enlist the assistance of an exemplary warrior, one such as he who faced the Lord of the Revel and lived. What should we do? What should we do? Fear not, little one, for I have a plan. But to understand it, you must first understand the duality which lies at the heart of we auspices. The Aramitama, the primal rage, and the Nigimitama, the boundless calm. These elemental forces comprise the soul of an auspice, and it is only when they are in balance that we are truly ourselves. Alas, over great spans of time, or when caught in the midst of tumultuous events, this balance may be disrupted, and the soul may be divided. An auspice overcome by the Aramitama is a wild, feral thing, all the more dangerous for their divinity. Calamity and catastrophe invariably follow, tremors and floods which destroy men's works. Auspices can bring about these natural disasters. How frightening. Perhaps, but you must remember that there are auspices who delight in aiding the peoples of these lands. Auspices who may have even wreaked havoc in the past. Recall you the tale of Tenzin and the 4 lords. The one Sorban told us before, about a samurai and the auspices who drove the Oni from this island into the sea. Just so, yet I fear his accounting of events is not quite accurate. For it was not Oni we and Tenzin cast out from this place, but an auspice. An auspice with the power to move heaven and earth, Koryu, wholly consumed by the Aramitama. You stoked the flames in this island's heart until it very nearly erupted in a fiery maelstrom. Tenzin led us in battle against our mad brother, and together we sealed him in this temple. But as the truth of the tale fades from memory, so too do our wards weaken. I fear, should Koryu break free, he may well finish what he began, and ensure my vision of flames comes to pass. So, long story short, you want Fluffy to give this Koryu what for when he wakes up. I should think not. His accomplishments notwithstanding, it would be foolish for any mortal to face Koryu without proper assistance, to wit, that of the four lords. Regrettably, I am not the young auspice I once was, and to make matters worse, my three compeers have nearly succumbed to the Aramitama. Kami forfend. 3 of the 4 lords have gone mad. The Ruby Sea is doomed. Nearly succumbed, nearly, alas, in marshalling their strength to retain control. They are unable to commit their powers to the preservation of the wards holding Koryu in his prison. And now that you have a full and complete understanding of the situation, we may at last discuss your part in all this, warrior. I would have you and your comrades face mine in battle and quell their raging Aramitama. What say you? Well, if that is the only way. Oh ho ho! You are an intriguing one, aren't you? We are grateful for your assistance. Let us brook no further delay and introduce you to another of the 4 lords. I informed Byakko of your arrival when you first entered our domain. He should be returning any moment now. Come, come. Leftover Chipotle. Holy crap, that's a big cat. Old friend, the day of reckoning draws nigh. The wards will fail, and Koryu will break free. Before he does, you must quell the raging Aramitama in your soul. This warrior will help. Doubt not his strength, for he has danced with Susanoo himself. A bold, audacious claim. Yet if Genbu believes it true, aye, the more I look at you, the more of him I see. A similar presence, perchance. A light. Very well, I will bow to my brother's judgment. Wonderful. Then without further ado, I shall bid my comrade relax and surrender to the Aramitama. But what? Here? Now? Won't he go on a murderous rampage? Why, yes, that's rather the point. You'll be reduced to the feral beast. And then it will be Fluffy, was it? Fluffy's turn to do battle with my brother and help him quell the fury within. But if all it takes to quell the Aramitama is battle, then why did you not do the same for Koryu? Why seal him away? Because it was too late. As I said, Koryu was wholly consumed by the Aramitama. Naught remained of the Nigimitama. All that he was forever lost to us. The effort I expend to hold back the fury I will instead use to safeguard the calm. 'Tis then you must act, but know that if you fail, it will only hasten my fall. My soul is in your keeping, Fluffy. Do you understand? Then let us quit this place. Genbu may not mind the chaos, but if I am to wager my everything, I prefer to do so in the land of my birth, to look on those familiar wilds with eyes that may soon belong to another. When you return to the island, look for Fury. He will guide you back there. Back here. Given the circumstances, perhaps it is best that we stay here. Would that be acceptable? Oh ho ho, Sorban, was it? Be at ease. I have a task for you and your excitable urchin. Follow me. You got called an excitable urchin. That tiny talking turtle just insult me. Oh. My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you'll be the first to know of it. Yes, of course, we're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait, if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It's reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. It's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Sorban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Fluffy should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Forgive me, Fluffy. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster. We must play his game, for now. I don't think I really want any of these. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord. We'll be most pleased. My lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes! We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Ah, Fluffy. Impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Popularis have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangsha. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straightaways for the Enclave, then. Lord Hien will be waiting. Trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru? Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear. And despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he all right? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease. But he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, And I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We'll visit him at once. Fluffy, Alice, shall we?
Open wide now.
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon.
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
Dun, dun, dun.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
Make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. What a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. Couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. The way he charges through life can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? Yotsuyu is feigning that. Well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Giri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? I've been spying on Yatsu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. Can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me. Everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yatsuyu will become Tsuyu, begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. We wait here then. Lord Hien should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. She's fled. Could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yukiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new-fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Twould seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Is this the start of the next expansion? Is that why I'm getting gear again? It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us. If someone catches a clear view of her face, I must find her before that happens. Responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien. Now, as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. I've no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surroundings. Alphino, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminus. Fluffy, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the kami smile upon our efforts. Hello, Kyo-san. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes. If there is anything you care to know, you need only a pale-skinned woman. I've seen no such traveler, I'm sorry to say. Oh, sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Got 'em. Unusually pale skin? Yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction, for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. Wobble, 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 wobble. We've got some bandit wolves. See no sign of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. Still no sign of Yotsuyu. Perhaps she is yet farther to the northeast. Who's that? Is that Yotsuyu? Yotsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. Oh, that's a player. Cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuku. Lovey, before you ask, our search for Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai, by the Kami. If If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. You must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the patties. The village square is yours. The gasp.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Womp womp.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
That voice acting, though.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu, and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands, and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
I always wonder if it's supposed to be raining in these cutscenes, or it's just happenstance. 'Cause they don't behave as if it's raining, so I assume it's just luck of the draw. That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed, and judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Ha! They say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminis, and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. That red is not a hole. Kind of an interesting storytelling thing, where they have these two parallel stories, and then it turns into two different parallel stories. First, it's the like revolution thing, but with different contexts. One starts leaderless, the other starts without an army, and then it turns into the villain woman who sees everybody's memories versus the villain woman who doesn't have any memories. Kind of a interesting motif. We are here. My earliest memories are not pleasant. From birth I was shunned by man and beast alike. My snow-white fur marked me a harbinger of doom. Cast out and hunted, I struggled to survive. But I endured. I grew older and wiser, and one day I resolved to protect this place, and those that call it home, for in spite of everything, it was mine as well. In time, they came to see me as a guardian instead of a demon, and yet, for all I have done to rise above the beast within, I may fall to madness and become the sum of their fears. I bested Kami, you know. Hell yeah, just be ego. Such confidence from one so young. But as age in and of itself does not confer wisdom, nor does youth go hand in hand with hubris. I warn you, for centuries has my Aramitama grown and festered. Hold nothing back, for I will not. Warrior, the time has come for you and yours to make ready. May the Kami grant you strength to save my soul. Baldur's Gate 2 is free on Twitch. Wow. Various artsy games that I haven't heard of. Bum, ba, dum, bum, bum. Dum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Teams or Imperial guests have already arrived. It is time we meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the engine?
Boink.
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Doma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
You're better than to trust Asahi. That was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence. Most like we can discuss it upon our return. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. You'll want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder.
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties.
Gotta tie a balloon to her.
Help!
She's getting a little bit of her sadistic murder vibes back.
only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
What are you wandering around the city, and why are you exclaiming who's there at people? You're the fucking outsiders.
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What? How are you surprised after that preamble?
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
You have recovered the Naris's remains, and will hold the cremation anon. Sigh. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu in the Garlean's hands, should her condition improve prior to the hour of reckoning. By that reckoning is... if not as it should be, then as it must be. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Zenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say, nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely impossible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray, allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. Should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I, Fluffy? You can count on me. Much appreciated. Quite fancy parleying with pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yukiri. They stood with us against the Empire. We would ask their aid once more. We must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino and I shall be about our task. Should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-dum. I want to go back here and do this thing. Fire horse. There's a whole squad of people coming here. What are they doing? Oh, this thing, I guess. Is this guy a thing worth doing? Adumbara. Adumbara. How do you find things? What does that mean? S rank. Look under hunt. Like blogs? Oh. Mandragora. This thing? Is the fringes. What do you get from this guy? Same thing. Amount or whatever. Holy Jesus, there's a lot of people here. I'm in a group of almost entirely tanks. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, it's a real quick thing. Not at all like the other one. Cool. Whee. I'm gonna be so excited when I finally level up that stupid squadron. I think I only need one more before I can start buying the loot boxes. Empty out my inventory. Dodo gun? What is it? Imperial Kahoot? Bahoot? I guess I should look at the map. Burns. Bum, 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 bum. I think that bug might be my favorite mount so far. I like the noise it makes. I like how it travels when it can't fly. And I think it's fine when it can fly, how it looks. Not particularly interesting when it can fly, but it does make a nice noise. Kind of whack to have the like operating table be on display like this. It makes me question whether or not that is actually a bed. Can I go in here? No. I guess there's a couple off on the side. Bum 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 bum. Jade Stoa. Is it a trial? Is a trial. Evidence told. Right. What's that, Fluffy? Business concerning the Dolmens. I see. Lord Hien really needn't have gone to such trouble, but I know all too well how much our Far Eastern friends worry themselves over decorum. As for the matter of the refugees' repatriation, I'll not lie, we've come to view them as family, and we'll be sorry to see them go, many of the other fellow frontier hands especially. So let us do you one better. I shall appeal to their Eorzean comrades and invite them to accompany the Dolmens on their journey. They, too, might aid in the reconstruction of the Enclave. I expect many will jump at the opportunity. Costly thing to send so many people, to be sure, but owing to Lord Hien's generosity, we seem to have found ourselves with a surplus of funding. It's hard to imagine the toll without the Dolmen refugees. They helped make it what it is today. Ah, what am I saying? This is a happy occasion. Go and tell Hosen the news. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. Meow. Hey, it's Homie. Very good to see you, my friend. Though not at all expected. You look as though you have something important to say, do you? I know not what to say. Return to Doma. Has the day truly come at last? Wait here while I summon the others. This concerns them all. My word, they are already making arrangements for our return. Why the long face, Hikiri? This is cause for celebration. I. Like all of you, I've dreamed of this day since the moment we left Yangsha. But now that it has arrived, I cannot help but think of those to whom we owe so much, Slafborn especially. Indeed, even if it were possible to leave this very moment, I could not until I thanked the people here for everything they have done for us. I remember when we first arrived in this land and learned of its troubles. Though disappointed, I understood why no one would grant us shelter. Who were we? Why risk so much for strangers? This place and these people were different. When all others turned us away, Revenant's Toll welcomed us with open arms. I love Doma, and Lord Hien with all of my heart, and want nothing more than to return and help rebuild. But I implore you, Hosen, must first do our utmost to repay our boundless kindness. Their boundless kindness. Never did I intend for us to disappear into the night like thieves and vagabonds. Everything you have said is right and true. Oops. I'll speak with Slafborn and ensure that we have enough days to prepare for our journey. In the meantime, I would encourage you all to prepare gifts and so forth. Very good, very good. It would not do to leave without saying proper farewells, else we would labor under a cloud of regret. At my age, one appreciates every opportunity to put their affairs in order. After all, I may not weather the journey home, much less another one to Eorzea. Ha! Given your constitution, father, I should not be surprised if you bury us all. If you have no pressing obligations, Fluffy, might I impose upon you to assist us with our final preparations? Since this is all quite sudden, many of our people may require a second opinion on a farewell gift or something else. All I ask is that you make yourself available for any such consultations. Would that be all right? Thank you, my friend. We will look for you near the northern gate. Quickly now, everyone. Let us not keep Fluffy wait. Why does she have main character color shirt? Oops. I stand here. Assisting the Dolmen refugees with their final preparations will take several minutes. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Huh. Okay, I guess. Why am I looking around as if I wouldn't notice? So kind of you to spare the time to help us with something so trivial. No doubt you have many other important matters to attend to. Anyway, I wanted to ask your opinion on a gift I wish to give a dear friend of mine before leaving. Isildur. You remember Isildur, do you not? Alian's grandfather. Though older than me, the two of them were still going on grand adventures before they joined the Scions. Ah, how I envy his vigor. Though we have done little more than drink tea and speak of our children, I have cherished his company. I will miss him, truly. Last, in recent days, his body has begun to get the better of him, so I was thinking of giving him something for his health. Do you have any suggestions? Good slap in the face. Something for his back, sure. Aha, I thought so too. But I'm glad to see you agree. I swear, not a day goes by without him complaining about his back. It is a great comfort knowing that the Scions are well aware of their comrades' conditions. It shows how much you care for one another. Now then, I must procure the ingredients for my home remedy. My thanks to you. Homie departs in high spirits, satisfied with your suggestion. Oh, is there wrong answers for this? friend, if you could spare a moment of your time. The Toll is home to many interests to which we owe a great deal. There is one in particular to which we should definitely pay respects. Rowena's House of Splendors. The house has been an invaluable source of goods and services, in both professional and personal matters. I am sure you too can say the same. So I thought to bid farewell to the one representative with whom I have worked most closely. You would, look to the counter by the gate. Speak of the raven-haired beauty by the gate. Of all Rowena's girls, she has been very helpful. By the gate? I guess, okay. There's a problem, however. I cannot for the life of me remember her name. They all sound so similar. Perhaps it is my Doman ear. Okay, sounds like you're really into her. But you know her name, surely. Please tell me, that I might have a proper conversation with her before I return to my homeland. I don't know. I think it's one of the A ones. I don't know what. I don't know. She did do tombstones, so I guess that's... Wait, didn't she also do primal arms? I'm gonna say this one. Are you certain? I've heard that name before, but I could have sworn that was someone else. Nope, I don't know. But, oh, who am I kidding? You of all people should know. Anyway, I had best go and speak with her before I forget again. I, of all people, shouldn't know. I don't know if I ever read. Though Dwyer departs in high spirits, you cannot help but wonder if you gave him the wrong name, and how poorly he will be received if that is the case. Sucks to suck, I guess. Fluffy, have you seen a carbuncle roaming around? Over the course of my time here in Revenant's Toll, I've come to know many adventurers, including an arcanist with a somewhat disobedient companion. It seems every day her carbuncle wanders off on its own. You see, and today is no exception. For mercy, it will respond to its name more earnestly when called by someone other than its owner, strangely enough. The problem is, I cannot seem to recall what it was. Some sort of gemstone, I think? If it's not obsidian, it should be. Uh-huh. Let's go with topaz. Was it topaz? The carbuncle itself was more of an emerald, as I recall. Perhaps she had her reasons for naming it something nonsensical. I will trust you. Thank you for your help. I will join her in the search right away. Why don't you ask the lady? Why are you asking me? Geary departs in high spirits and begins calling out for topaz at once. Alas, no errant carbuncle is forthcoming. Also sucks to suck for you. This is the dumbest things to ask of me. I suppose, theoretically, at this point in the game, it's expected that you've, like, hung out here waiting for raids or whatever the hell. How fortunate I am that you are still here. My father told me how you helped him, and I was hoping you might do the same for me. Seek your wisdom concerning Slafborn of the Adventurers Guild, who helped secure us a place here in Revenant's Toll. Thanks to him, we were able to work side by side with the frontier hands to build these walls and lay these cobblestones. We were given food and shelter, it is true, but more importantly, we were given purpose. We have of course already expressed our gratitude to him many times before. I myself presented Slafborn with a Doman dagger, which I am told he treasures. Now that we must part ways, I feel as though we must make one final grand gesture, a more elaborate, expensive gift, perhaps. Or, well, what do you think? Maybe just try to stay in touch? What kind of flashy gaudy thing are you guys gonna get? Bells? Far be it from me to presume, but I did not take Slafborn for a man who delights in such things. Perhaps you are right. Given our limited resources, it may be difficult to purchase something satisfactory. We will do what we can. My thanks for your candor. Though Hosen accepts your suggestion, his furrowed brow suggests he is not altogether confident it will suffice. How go your efforts, brothers and sisters? Some yet struggle to put their affairs in order, but others have been more successful. Thankfully, we should have enough time before we depart. Hosen, you were going to meet with Slafborn one last time, were you not? We were hoping you would allow us to accompany you. So, please let us know when you do. There's some few matters I must attend to before I speak with Slafborn. It should not take much. That is Resh Polali, is it not? Formerly of the Crystal Braves, another kind-hearted soul to whom we owe much. She looks as though she is searching for something or someone. Fluffy, I know it is not my place to ask, but would you assist her? I would myself if I could, but with our impending journey... To undertake the subsequent quest, you must first complete the Doman Adventurers Guild quest, Short Arms of the Law. Speak with Resh Polali in order to undertake these side story quests, beginning with Toll Booty. So it went now. Fluffy. My, it seems so long since Castrum Sentry. I don't even remember what that is. Don't you recognize me? No, I suppose you wouldn't remember everyone you rescue. I looked quite different when we met, dressed in my uniform. I am Resh Polali. It's been quite some time since... But I served with the Crystal Braves 4th Unit, until everything fell apart, that is. Everyone went their own ways. Some followed Captain Ilbert. Others found new work altogether. I've kept busy guarding the frontier hands here. A little too busy, in fact. I can scarce find a moment to spend with my family. Transition wasn't entirely easy. I was bedridden after Castrum Sentry, and by the time I was fit for duty, the Crystal Braves just weren't anymore. In a strange way, I've my injuries to thank for keeping me from the worst of it. Speaking of that, you're close to the Domans, aren't you? Would you happen to know where Rocca is? She aided in my recovery, and, well, it's quite embarrassing that I didn't notice until now, but... There was a great misunderstanding, you see. Her earrings were bundled up in my bags. I'm trying to return them, but those children are neither seen nor heard. Can't find her no matter how much I look. I'm sure the girl misses her earrings, but I simply don't have the time to track her down. You do seem very busy. What? Do you really have a spare moment to look for her in my stead? Oh, thank you, Fluffy. Thank you so much. There you are. I've heard the Doman children visit the House of Splendors, though never when I'm there for some reason. I speak with Rowena. Very little escapes her, even invisible children. Eh. Looking for the Doman children. Oops. Come to think of it, Ariana said she'd caught sight of them playing nearby. Might catch them, should you have the patience to wait. Shows Ariana. That's what I told the other person. Hereby call this meeting of the Doman Adventurers Guild to order. Old business first. Koharu, we'll start with you. I've been helping Miss Alice get the ingredients she wanted. I was helping treat herd adventurers. And I've been helping arrange stuff for Rowena. No, that's not right. Those are all just chores. I want to go on a proper adventure. Did any of you find something exciting or scary or mysterious we could explore? Did you find anything, Yosan? I'll bet you didn't. Bid too. Got a big wide world to explore, and I was looking into ways to do it. Which is more than can be said for any of you. Oh, it's true. Yosan got caught sneaking into a horsebird cart. Mr. Slaffborn was yelling at him for bells after that. Sigh. You're hopeless. Sorry, Yosan, it's just She and you little snitch. I told you that in secret. But Yosan, I may have found us a quest. I overheard some people talking, and they say there's something hidden at Camp Revenant's Toll. Might be a famous adventurer's lost treasure, or a vengeful spirit who was sealed away, or something else. No one knows for sure. It's perfect. Could be the first to find out what's hidden there. Now, we've just got to figure out how to leave town without being caught. Mr. Fluffy, what are you doing here? I was so sad when I thought I lost these earrings. Brought them all the way from Doma, you know. Thank you, Mr. Fluffy. Hold on a moment. I've got an important announcement. The Doman Adventurer Guild needs experience in the field. Actually, adventuring. No one's going to let us, though, because they think it's too dangerous. But Mr. Fluffy is a good friend of the guild, and he is an incredible adventurer, too. So I say we invite him to join us in this quest. Oh, yes. I want to go on adventures with Mr. Fluffy. I'll feel much safer if he comes along with us, Yosan. Once Yosan's made up his mind, nothing can unmake it. Welcome to the guild, Mr. Fluffy. Now, come on. We gotta find out what's hidden at Camp Revenant's Toll. Or this is where Revenant's Toll used to be. Doesn't look anything like a town. Not even a little. Where would you even start looking for hidden treasure? What do we do, Yozen? We won't know anything unless we poke around a bit, spread out, and see what we can find. Be careful of monsters. Amongst the refuse, you find a cloudy bottle of what appears to be wine. Ah, damn. The greatest treasure a child can find. Spoiled wine. Nothing, nothing, and more nothing. Did you find anything? Even Mr. Fluffy only found this junk. Sigh. Treasure's not easy to come by, I guess. This might not be junk, Yozen. Isn't really old wine valuable? That's right. With wine, the older the better. Miss Flahaman told me so. Mr. Slackborn knows a lot about wine, too. He spent bells and bells talking about it to some adventurer. Wow, Mr. Slackborn's much wiser than he looks, isn't he? Yozen, why don't we ask him about this bottle? Maybe we shouldn't. I think he'll just be angry that we have the wine at all. Oh, but he wouldn't scold you, Mr. Fluffy. Could you ask him for us? Great. We'll go back to Revenant's Toll. Tell us what you find out. So you need of me, friend. Wine, much as I might like to join you in a glass, I'm on duty. Ray, where did you find so aged a bottle? I take it you were searching for treasure at the old camp, and you came to me to learn its value. I'm afraid it has none whatsoever. But you have found the lost treasure of Revenant's Toll, after a fashion. Now, our town is flourishing, but 'twas not always so. Not so very long ago, this was an utterly savage place, marked by little but ruin and the stench of death. It was a hard life for the few who chose it, and naturally, they took comfort in the bottle by night. By and by, passing adventurers would bring wine with them, join the settlers in a glass. So prized was this wine that certain adventurers took to calling it treasure for a spell. As time went on, someone mistook this name for sooth, and came searching for this vaunted liquor. The first were adventurers, of course. But shopkeepers and artisans soon followed. The monsters around here were still deadly, and the paths still as treacherous, and many who came searching paid for this misunderstanding with their lives. So the settlers came up with a new rumor. Revenant's Toll belonged to the dead, they said, and any man who slept on the land would have their soul torn from their body, to wander these bleak fields forever as a vengeful spirit. As you can imagine, that nonsense was enough to scare the inexperienced and drunks away, and soon the tales of treasure faded away into legend. And that, my friend, is the truth buried at Camp Revenant's Toll. Did Mr. Slackborn say about the wine? Oh, so there never really was a treasure of Revenant's Toll. Bother. I was hoping for buried gold, or an ancient demon, or something. But I guess it wasn't so bad after all. Did get to go outside the town and explore with Mr. Fluffy. Hello, Mr. Fluffy. Have you found us another quest? Oh, I was hoping. Well, no matter. We Doman adventurers can find our own. Everyone go and see what the travelers are talking about. Any rumors of more treasure we could hunt, or giant demons we could slay, or whatever. Just need to find something good. Then we'll head off on another quest with our trusty advisor in tow. Hey, Mr. Fluffy, could you tell Miss Resh to be careful, please? She was badly hurt, and she shouldn't push herself too hard. Why, hello, Fluffy. Did you ever find Roka? Oh, good. I'm glad she got her earrings back. I'd like to thank her in person someday, though. She's such a sweet little thing, and my daughter could learn a thing or two from her. Oh, but have you heard the news? There's been a theft, and they think children are behind it. The Adventurers Guild has even begun an official investigation. Not privy to the details, but I do know the Doman younglings are under suspicion. Can't imagine they would turn to crime, though. Wouldn't you agree? It's got to be a big misunderstanding. I've half a mind to speak to Slaffborn on the children's behalf. Aye, if only my word carried any weight. Forgive me, but could you look into this? You have shown yourself a steadfast friend of the Domans. I trust that you will handle it nicely. Well met, my friend. Have you come to discuss more tales of the treasure? Caught wind of that, eh? The Adventurers Guild is still investigating the artifacts. The facts. But an aged grimoire of great value was stolen from Rowena's establishment. The storeroom door was locked at the time, but we had found evidence that a window covering was removed. There's little doubt in my mind that is how our thieves entered. The opening itself is quite small, however. Only someone slight of frame, like a child, could pass through it. And I have a witness who saw 4 short people loitering outside the store, as the Doman children are wont to do. Though I am loath to suspect them, the children fit the profile of our suspects, and crimes oft begin as small dares or games, after all. But in truth, I am more worried about the potential backlash against the Domans. They fit in well amongst the other refugees, but the offense would not reflect well upon them. Rowena is of the same mind, has agreed to keep the theft quiet, and trusted the investigation to my most dependable men as well. But I ask you to aid us by speaking with the children. You seem close to them, and I fear my armed men would only frighten them away. Are these people always looking at? I want to see. I'm not a criminal. Neither is Yozen or Raka or Koharu. Thought I'd heard something interesting here, but I was wrong. They're all just so sad. Of course we didn't steal anything. Someone else is to blame. Someone else small like us, but who? We have to talk this over. You just heard your adventurers talking about a detective who can get to the bottom of any case. I want to meet him. We're suspects? Sounds like a case for Koharu, Inspectress Extraordinaire. What? I guess. Mr. Fluffy, does this mean you found us a quest? What? Of course we didn't steal anything. We're adventurers, not thieves. Better call the guild together, and quickly. Being accused of something we didn't do. Before this can go any further, we have to tell Mr. Slaffborn. We can't just say we're innocent, though. We have to clear our names by finding that grimoire and learning who took it. Maybe young, but we can show everyone we're proper adventurers by protecting our friends and punishing the wicked. But how do we find the real criminals? All we know is that there were 4 people about as tall as us. That's just it. There are plenty of others smaller than us who aren't children. Lalafels. 4 of them. I may have seen them. See, I like to watch all the people. Different people who come through here. We've only seen one group of 4 Lalafels, and they got here the other day. Yozan, you remember the cart Slaffborn caught you trying to sneak into? They're the ones who own it. Thought they were Lalafels. Now we can begin the real investigation by looking into them. Mr. Fluff, Koharu's found our suspects. Parked their cart around the southeast gate. Come on, let's go investigate, but be quiet. We don't want them to know we're onto them yet. Weep. Look at those evil little midgets. See? Those are our Lalafels, all right. But how do we prove there are criminals? From here, it doesn't look like they've got the grimoire. Could be hidden in their cart. The other 2 might have it as well. Maybe we've got the wrong people. I think I have an idea of how to find out. Rocca, can you play along? We heard about Rowena's store. They're saying someone stole a grimoire from it. That's old news. I think they've even given up hunting for the criminals. Sad. It's too bad, though. I wanted that grimoire for myself. Why? Because it's got the location of the treasure? Do you want everyone to know about all the buried gold and jewels? What about the weapons, Say those are stronger than the Empire's. I've spent so much time learning that the treasures in Camp Revenant's Toll, but I'll never find it now. Well, not without the grimoire anyways. So why not just give up while you're ahead? Do you hear that? I just said there's gold and silver and weapons out around that old camp. Oh ho ho, imagine how pleased the boss will be with this. Come on, let's go. Snoozing. I vibe with that. I'm awake. I'm awake. Where'd you go? Move yourself, sister. Time's a-wasting. Wait, I can't run as fast as you. That was brilliant, Yoza. If there are criminals, they'll show up at the camp with the grimoire. If the other two are anything like that duo, we shouldn't have any trouble catching them. That's a relief. I was expecting hardened criminals. That lot couldn't frighten a baby horsebird. Just have to beat them to Camp Revenant's Toll now. The way they took the bait, I don't think we have much time. We'd better hurry. Hope they'll come quietly. If they don't, you have to take care of them, Mr. Fluffy. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Gold, jewels, weapons, all hidden somewhere in this dump, where no one would think to look. I think I'll take it all. Garlemald laid my homeland to waste, so I'll use the riches to rebuild. The weapons, oh, I'll use them to make the world mine. Dun dun dun! They stole the book. All the secrets of Eld I thought this grimoire held. The location of a lost treasure was not one. Now, 'tis but a matter of knowing where to look. Tell us, how do we read it? Is there a cipher? Or must we use some sort of incantation? That's a good question. I'll be sure to tell you just as soon as I learn the answer. What? You buffoon? Why do you not think to find out? I'm sorry, Gagarua. Just didn't seem important at the time. I followed their pose. Why, you... What are they doing? Go play elsewhere. Adults are working here, children. Not children, we're the Doman Adventurers Guild. We're here to arrest you for stealing the grimoire from Rowena's. Oh. Gagarua, those are the children who talked about the treasure. They'll know how to read the grimoire for sure. to have been had. I knew something smelled fishy about this. Prize pair of pinheads. No one makes a fool of Gagarua, you hear me? No one shall teach these younglings a painful lesson about meddling in others' affairs. Come, summon the thing. What thing? Oh, that. It's not here. But why is that? You sent it away, Gagarua. You said it would draw too much attention to us. So we'll just do the dirty work then. Ba-da-ba-dum-bum. One of you against all three of mine. Ha! You'll stand a mammoth's chance in the hells. Well, above, where did those younglings find so puissant a protector? I've got a feeling I've seen him before. Wait, quick, everyone, come here. Little wonder we were outmatched. That is Fluffy McGee Orkson, the hero of the Scions. You don't mean the lad who's beaten a load of primals and smashed the Imperial, ultimatum weapon to bits? We can discuss his deeds and why he is with the children later. Wawatan, Babara, Lilianan, him. Well met, Scion. Yes, we know full well who you are, but hear me. You won't be adding us to your list of fallen foes. Are you ready, my friends? As our forefathers before us, we have a winged beast in our thrall, whose strength is so great as to tear primals in twain, and turn brave men to whimpering wretches. O mighty Valifor, we summon you with our prayers, descend from the heavens and vanquish our foes. Give them a chance to escape. So something's supposed to happen. Except for her, because she fell asleep, I guess. Damn it, they got away. Hey, there they go. Faster than they look, aren't they? That was a queer bunch, make no mistake. But they forgot one thing. The grimoire. Ah, now that we've got the grimoire, all we need to do is show it to Mr. Slaffborn and explain what happened. Come on, what are we waiting for? What do the Dolmen children have to say for themselves? younglings in the grimoire. So it is as I feared, and they are responsible for stealing it, yes? Gagarua? No, I cannot say I am familiar with him. But if you say he and his conspirators are to blame, then I will believe it. I'll report to the guild. Ensure we are all on lookout for that gang. Well, you may consider yourselves exonerated. That you reclaimed the grimoire and your good name says much of your bravery, younglings. Mr. Slaffborn, we are not younglings. We are the Doman Adventurers Guild. All the world will soon know our name, and one day we'll even be more famous than Mr. Fluffy. More famous than Fluffy, eh? Well, I look forward to seeing that. Well, as one adventurer to another, let me say well done. You outfitted yourselves with honor today, my friends. What brave men and women they are becoming, eh? They are still in the bloom of youth, growing, yet not fully grown. You need a gentle hand to guide them, and a strong arm to protect them. Pray, friend, be that for them. Zero slots remaining in my inventory. Pay our respects to Slaffborn while we and the others have time to spare. Do you not agree? In that case, I ask that you go on ahead and wait for us with Slaffborn. I will require a moment to gather the others, but I do not expect it will take long. Judging from the way I've seen the Domans running about, I gather they're busy with preparations for their long voyage. It is as you say, Master Slaffborn. The day many of us thought would never come has arrived, and now we make ready to return to our homeland. Let me assure you, however, that we have no intention of abandoning our responsibilities. My people have either completed their labors or ensured that others may easily do so in their stead. Earnest as ever, I'm grateful truly, but you needn't have gone to such trouble. Revenant's Toll. Gods, when I think back to what this place once was, how it's changed and what it's become, can't imagine it without you lot here. Made this place what it is, same as we did. None would dare say different. Tragedy drove you from your lands and delivered you to our shores. But from that tragedy came a new beginning, a hope that we shared with every soul that passed through our gates. And that, my friends, is more precious than any riches. I pray you carry it with you to Doma, that it grant you strength when you have need of it. We will, Master Slaffborn. I swear to you, we will never forget this blessed place. You gave us the opportunity to work with the frontier hands, to build Revenant's Toll. All the skills and experience we gained, we will put to good use in rebuilding the Enclave. And then, when we have finished, I pray you will come and visit. Aye, we would be honored to receive you, and any other man or woman or child of Revenant's Toll. Let this not be an ending, but another new beginning, the beginning of a lasting relationship between our two homes. That is my dream for the future of our peoples. As we built these walls stone by stone, may we build it together. Ha ha! Well said, well said. Damn it. If we keep going on like this, I'm liable to start bawling. So, let us move things along. Hope you won't mind another parting gift. The lost treasure of Revenant's Toll, courtesy of your younglings, the foreman, is expecting you. Most surprising but welcome gift. We shall endeavor not to drink it all at once. We will collect the bottles and return to our preparations at once. Thank you, Master Slaffborn. And thank you, Fluffy, for everything. Before you go, I have a favor to ask. Well, Flahammond, actually. She wants you to bring Yozan and his friends to her, up in Rowena's cafe. The wine's for the adults, you see. She's got something else for the children. I doubt it'll take too long for you to find him. You have a knack for this sort of thing, after all. My thanks to you. Why are they hanging out here? Oh, hey there, Mr. Fluffy. You're not here to say goodbye, are you? It's not fair. Why do they get to decide it's time to go back? I mean, I miss Doma too. They should have asked us first. Huh? Miss Flahammond wants us to come to the cafe. Whatever it is she thinks we did, Oh, it's not like that? Well, alright then. Me, guild members. Miss Flahammond needs us. You too, Mr. Fluffy. You came. I've been waiting for you all for so long. All members of the Doman Adventurers Guild reporting for duty. So what's the adventure? Monster hunting? Garlean gold? Oh my, nothing so dramatic. Rather, I wanted to give you all a reward. Reward? Really? A reward for your many deeds in service to Revenant's Toll. When the frontier hands needed a helping hand, you were there. There was no one else to look after the younger children. You were there. And through it all, each and every one of you carried out your duties with a smile. That is why you are more than brave adventurers. You are heroes to the people of the Toll. Heroes deserving of a very special reward that just so happens to be right over there. A treasure chest. Treasure! Wow, look at these. Look, Mr. Fluffy. She got us matching hats. We'll make them the official uniform of the Doman's Adventurers Guild. They suit you, little ones. Wear them with pride. Mr. Boulder, Mr. Coltonet. Thought you were away on important scion business. recently returned, and it is a good thing we are. We heard of your impending journey and hoped to see you before you left. We are both very happy that you may finally return to your homeland. They have great need of stalwart adventurers like you lot there. But I don't want to say goodbye. Then don't. There's no need to. You're adventurers, are you not? Adventurers never stay in one place, for it is not who we are. We walk paths all our own, never truly beholden to any one nation or creed. So don't say goodbye, because we may, nay, we will meet again. You'll see, we'll become the most famous adventurers in Yangsha, and then we'll return to Eorzea and become famous here too. Everyone may know the signs of the Seventh Dawn and the Warrior of Light. Just you wait, years from now. They'll all be talking about the Doman Adventurers Guild. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Grow strong, grow famous, lead the tales, young little ones. I must get going, but thank you again for making the arrangements. Take care. Right, we mustn't neglect our training. Find the heaviest crates and carry them to the horsebird carriages. Mr. Fluffy, Miss Flamin, thank you for the caps. We'll take good care of them. Children are delighted with their new hats. Miss Flamin could not have chosen a better gift. Preparations are proceeding apace. Slathborn and the guild have finalized arrangements for the ship. So once we have finished here, we need only make our way south. How many times have I thanked you, I wonder? Not enough. That much I know. Thank you, Fluffy, from the bottom of my heart. You are and ever shall be a true friend to Doma and her people. I expect you'll find yourself in the Enclave before us. If so, I pray you tell Kozakura that we shall join her soon. Whoa. That's a cool mech thing that guy has. Ba-ba-da-bum. One's hatchet sells for 200,000? There's no way. I swore I told it to look for the smallest available sale in the history. But I guess I didn't. So that's a thing worth changing. that either. $10,000. I mean, give it a shot. Not that one. Matthias. Brr. Oh, hello. What are you shopping for? I'm done for today. I got Yeah. Might maybe stream tomorrow, but I'm moving this weekend, so probably not. Anyway, I'll see you later, Laugh.